contrast in background. So let's turn the two eyes off on this top one. Let's look at the last of those automatic features. One click background, let's go to duplicate layer, call the auto tool, no, we're using auto color, and let's click OK. Let's go to image, and let's just say this one. Pretty good. That was pretty close to auto tone. Now if I turn all on, I'm going to
do a presentation to be in contact with Danny, and Mina can be excused where necessary. With that, I invite Senen to the middle. Can we get a microphone for Senen as well? Senen will be talking about the proposal to establish a membership fee. Senen, you have 7 minutes. People in the four corners will be indicating the signs. When you're ready, you can start.
All right. Thank you very much to the speakers and the board for having me here. And hi, everyone. Some of you may not remember me because I've been kind of inactive for a bit. I'm Senen. I was the president of BEST 2 years ago, way back before even Johannes was president. And I'm here with a proposal that I know is going to be challenging. I know it's not going to be a very... Some of the systemic issues we saw in BEST, and we started trying to find an analytical approach to discover a proper solution that would not just be a quick fix, that would not just be banking on an endless stream of perfect volunteers, but would actually be a systemic solution to a very tricky problem. That is why in our analysis we came across a couple of problems, which I'm once again trying to show. Yes. Perfect. So, in our problem description, we came across these 5 main issues. They are all quite elaborate in the proposal, so I'm not going to go into much detail. Please read them if something is not unclear, if something is unclear, or ask questions later on. But these are the 5 main ones. The financial health of BEST has not been great. It's been declining for a while, except obviously with the slight outlier of COVID. LPG's finances have been doing very well. The value flow of BEST, we have some considerations about that, which you can find, I think, on page 6 of the proposal. There's a bit of a disconnection between investment BEST make in our services and the results of those services, which, in our opinion, according to our analysis, is not beneficial for the quality of the service nor the sustainability of the whole organization. And there is a lack of synergy between LPGs and BEST, which has been pointed out again and again for at least 20 years. This is why we came up with the membership fee, once again according to the more elaborate reasoning that you can find in your binder. There are 3 main pillars of this membership fee. First, it requires solid financial reporting practices by LPGs and by BEST. Then it is a fee based on an annual revenue, and the value of the fee itself is 3% of said annual revenue. I think these also are the main 3 things that are probably going to be up for discussion today. So, another very important thing is the purpose of this fee. Obviously, we do not just want LPGs to contribute to BEST, so besties in internal events can have larger international meetings. This fee should be used for very important and valuable things, which is written in full here, and I'm not going to repeat. But in essence, it is all about providing a stable environment for LPGs to do what they're supposed to do, or what they want to do, through a shared framework that is BEST. The procedure itself is also quite important. There is obviously a timeline for this. It will require LPGs to report their financial results 6 months after the end of the LPG's fiscal year, and 3 months after that, so 9 months out in the fiscal year, the fee would need to be paid. Then at every general meeting, or at every other financial report by BEST, the usage of the fee needs to be reported by the international board to the organization. The timing is obviously also a very important issue, because it would not be reasonable to ask you to start tomorrow. That would have very little sense, which is why we would have this proposal go into effect on 30th of June 2023. That would give everybody more than a full fiscal year to prepare their reporting practices and to change or adapt accordingly with your fundraising and other financial practices. So what now? That's a big question. I've been talking for a bit, but I'm kind of out of the organization in many ways. I have not much to gain here, neither does Dani. That is actually why we decided to present this proposal after our mandates, because we wanted to be sure that our personal interests have very little to do with this. We're not in the board anymore, we're not traveling with BEST, we're not gaining from this. We're doing this because we wanted to have a proper, as impartial as possible overview of what could be possible. But that also means that I'm kind of done talking. And what I do hope that can happen in the rest of this discussion is that it's you guys who will be discussing and debating with each other, not necessarily with me, but with each other, about what you guys think, what your thoughts and views are on this proposal, on this idea. Also, both on the logic that is used behind the analysis and the actual measures that we are proposing. That is why, if you have any questions or elaborations, I will gladly answer them. If you have any opinions, I really hope that you will state them and that others will be able to comment on them. So, this is where
starting with the statements and then going into the actual discussion. As Senel already mentioned, this is a discussion for you. He's here to answer questions, but it's mainly aimed for you to discuss among each other.
Yes, my names just don't work now. Okay, because it's saying I'm halfway through this thing, please. Then finish it off by hitting the 10 on the keyboard or the Enter key. Okay, and it kind of gets it to where I need. I'm moving out a little bit, which is you will end up.
Alright, that was 1 minute. We'll start taking fingers for statements now. Statements need to be delivered in written form to the minute taker as well, the J secretary.
Er is te vinden schrift van dit. The board that there are 2 fingers in the top. There are 2 fingers in the top. Yeah. I get it.
All right, let's start with a statement from the flame.
Sorry. Hello everyone, this is a statement on behalf of the 31st International Board. First of all, we would like to thank Sandy and Danny for their work on preparing and presenting this proposal. The financial situation of BEST has been declining since the past few years, having a brighter moment right now due to the unexpected circumstances of the COVID pandemic. At this moment, BEST is supporting all the infrastructure costs that allow us to be the organization we are. Apart from that, BEST is not on the front line to receive the benefits from our services. Such a framework has proven to be unbearable in order to keep up with BEST's needs and goals as an organization. We believe in the work of this proposal and we agree with the premise of participating as one by treating all equally fair and pushing for the development of the organization. But nonetheless, we can't ignore the inconsistencies of the proposal in terms of the parameters taken into account, but also the fact that the proposal is not based on the actual background of members of BEST. There is a quite big amount of LPGs that, because of their legal status and their connection with the university, can't withdraw money, since a lot of universities can't accept its expenses. Same applies to some LPGs that are working solely with grants. When it comes to the framework of the proposal, it concerns us that there is no proposed framework or procedure inside the proposal of what should happen if the same is accepted. That means that the board should give resources to the organization to research and analyze possible solutions, and it's questionable if we have these resources right now. Given both the positive and negative aspects of the proposal, the International Board prefers to remain neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rosa. And after that, we'll get Coimbra.
Hi. Okay. On behalf of Polish LPGs, we agree with the purpose of this proposal. We understand the situation of the international BEST, and we think that LPGs, of course, could help in this case. But in our opinion, this situation should be solved in another way. We think that this topic should be discussed with all LPGs to collect opinions and find an optimal situation for every LPG. Thank you.
Thank you, Coimbra. Next, what's that? Next, Coimbra.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. Hello, my name is Carolina Janeiro and I'm the president of LBG Finger. I would like to make a statement regarding abolishment of the membership fee in the name of Best Finger. Firstly, we would like to congratulate Sene and Daniel for doing this research, studying different alternatives and bringing this important topic into discussion. Not directly connected with the proposal, as some of you already be aware, LBG Coimbra agreed to make an annual donation to BEST in the value of €120. When the possibility for LBGs to make donations to BEST was incentivized in PM 2020 Valladolid, the local board, country board, proposed this topic to be discussed with the full members, and we reached this conclusion that considering our financial situation at the moment, we would make this donation. Basically, the way we look at this situation is, if BEST is in need of help from a financial point of view, and we are able to help, it is our obligation to do so. We reached the value of €120 because we assumed that we were giving €10 a month, which looked like a reasonable value for our LBG and our finances. Regarding the specific proposal, we would like to give a strong remark that proposals like this are necessary, and in some way, this is the right path to come up with a solution. BEST is in some financial difficulties, as we are all well aware, and no matter what, we need the money to survive. It is in our understanding our duty to help each other and adjusting without compromising anything. There is no BEST without LBGs, and no LBGs without BEST. However, we think that this proposal is somewhat incomplete, because it is not, from our point of view, equitarian. What we mean by this is analyzing the LPG fee by the annual incomes can be unfair for the LPGs who don't have money for themselves. For example, an LPG can have 500 euros in their savings account. To organize all the events planned for the year, they spent 7,000, but their income was 6,500. How will this LPG give to rest 195 euros? They don't even have money for the next year. Now we will consider a new case. The LPGs who have money in their savings and regularly have annual profits. But this year they couldn't manage to have a lot of partnerships and their income was 6,500. The same as the other situation. In these two situations, they will have to give best be 195 euros, exactly the same value. But for the weight of the LPG, giving this money would be completely different. As we are all well aware, LPGs are not all the same, and some are suffering financially more than others. It is our understanding that more research regarding the impact that keeping this 3% of income will have on all LPGs is required. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. We are all worried about the financial sustainability of LPGs, but if we don't cooperate and find a solution for the financial problems of BESS, all LPGs will cease to exist. As an LPG, we can't forget what BESS is to us. How the existing network, what we have, is crucial to empower diversity. That is our vision, and if we are not working towards our vision, what are we working on? Why are we all here?
Thank you, Coimbra. As a general reminder to everybody, start by saying your name and your LPG. For the sake of efficiency, let's try to make the statements not too long. And if you have made a statement, make sure that it arrives at the board table, preferably after the minutes taken. Next one to speak is coming from Rome. And then Ellen.
Mine would be a question, is it okay?
Let's wait for questions and do a statement later. Let's first do the statements and then questions.
Okay, so I will wait.
Yes. Ellen, is it a statement or a question? Same question to Aken. Question or statement? Statement from Aken. And Turing? Statement.
Hello. So I am Eduardo here on behalf of LPG, and I would also like to make a statement on this proposal. First of all, LPG, at least the one representing them, believes that a proposal such as this is absolutely necessary for the future of BESS. I've talked to several delegates about this issue in the past few days, and I have heard that people often feel threatened by the word tax fee. It's something that feels like people are taking something from us, right? But when it comes to BESS, and this point has also been said before, so I'm reiterating a little bit, there is no LPGs without BESS. There is no point in worrying about your finances and worrying about what the 3% does if you don't exist in 5 or 3 years, right? It's okay to be worried about your own finances, but we are here at GA to discuss BESS, and we need to worry about BESS internationally and not just our own LPGs. We expect from BESS trainers, resources, knowledge, and aid. We should also expect to have to give something back to them if it helps them to keep going forward and keep providing us a network to work on. When it comes to the lack of equity or the lack of fairness in this proposal, I do agree that there are some loopholes. However, I invite everyone to make amendments to fix this instead of voting no. This can be fixed, and the proposal is necessary. Don't vote no and make amendments. Thank you.
Right, next up is Turing.
Thank you. I'm Fabiola, and this statement is on the behalf of Pescarino. We
are convinced that right now the priority of BEST should be to allow the LPGs who are in a difficult situation to come back to reach an healthy financial situation after COVID pandemic. Say that, we think that the money involved in eventual membership fee would be much more effective if used by LPGs and not by the international side of BEST. For this reason, LPG Torino will not support this proposal.
Thank you, Turin. Let's look at the delegates that are online now. We have a statement from Ljubljana. If we can hear it.
Oh, like yes, but we can't prepare. Yes, yes. Okay. Yes, yes. We have the statement written, so we can read it.
Sorry?
We have the statement written, so we can read it.
Okay, so you have to read it?
It can be read.
Okay. And the speaker, maybe ask a speaker to read it, or even you if you want.
Can he read it?
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, anyone.
You want to go and read it? Okay, something's not working because we are able to hear him here, but not on
Okay,
the...
now there is some technical problems here. We're going to move on to the questions now. So if you have questions, you can put on the sign.
She asked
the control of the screen.
And while we wait for that, we can have a closing statement from Senna. No? Wait. Okay, misunderstanding.
Yes, ma'am. Can you read? I can, but I will have to read later stuff from the young guys who want to be...
Alright, then we're going to start with the questions. Starting with LBG Rome, and then going to LBG Airline.
Thank you so much, Camilla from LPG Rome. And my question is, what happens if an LPG doesn't pay the membership? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Anyway, what actually happens when this happens, I think this question would fit better throughout the board, but as far as I'm aware, this is the paying membership would be a membership responsibility, and any membership responsibility is subject to the rules and regulations that are part of the statute at this point, which means that appropriate measures can be taken, which historically has usually been a proposal to change the membership status of workers. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Next up, Airline.
Hi, Aisha from Iraq. My question is, even though there are many other options of choosing insurance or this criteria to help other LPGs, how sure are you that this would actually help the LPGs which are really not making profits? I mean, if it's not making profits and it pays a membership fee, it's still not much in better condition, then how would you help them out?
Thank you for this question. It is a very difficult consideration. I will definitely not deny this. Because the question, as I get it, you're asking is basically what is the value that best can provide to an LBG compared to a monetary value that LBG would be providing the best. It's comparing apples and oranges, which is obviously very difficult. Which obviously means as well that I cannot be sure. So the way to answer the question is, I am not sure. Not at all. I do personally believe that what best provides to LBGs in terms of value that it is creating through these shared funds in many ways is more valuable than the 3% that we are proposing. Obviously, that is my opinion, it's our opinion, but it could be very well be wrong. We're not claiming to be infallible.
Thank you, Shannon. Moving on to Copenhagen. And after that, CFDS.
Oh. This is not a question, just a comment from Copenhagen. We are totally agree on paying the financially helping Best International through the 3% proposal, but we see that there's going to be some difficulties in bureaucracy because in some countries we have to prove that the money comes from the right place and the money is going to the right place as well. That's all. Thanks.
CFDS. And then dance. Is there going to be a mic brought to dance as well?
Okay. I actually have a statement, if that's okay. Hi, I'm Lee from the CFDS. I just wanted to give some context about what the CFDS does with our membership fees, because we do have membership fees that we implement for all of our members. So the CFDS actually charges 65 cents Canadian per full-time engineering student per school. So our schools are kind of like an LGG equivalent. And just to give you some context, we have roughly 85,000 full-time engineering students, which means that we get roughly $55,000 of revenue from all of our member schools in revenue each year. So that's just under a third of our revenues. But these revenues, we are a not-for-profit organization, so these values are returned to our members and our member schools through the services that we offer. For example, the CFDS hosts conferences and events that our members feel provide value for them, and therefore that is why they're willing to pay the 65 cents per member or per student membership fee. Due to this, we feel that the CFDS is held more accountable for their actions as well as the advocacy, and therefore really relies on our member schools to kind of give us feedback on how we want to run the organization, as they do have a monetary piece within the organization itself. In terms of the question about what if you don't pay, for the CFDS, if you don't pay, then you don't get voting rights at the General Assemblies. And lastly, we did have a few years ago a membership fee increase, which obviously was very controversial because some of our schools and member schools are quite small, and so they weren't necessarily able to afford it, which is what I assume a lot of you guys are kind of worried about right now. So something that we did is that we have something called a small school travel fund, where the money that we obtain from all of our member schools can then be allocated to the schools, or for example, you guys, the LBGs that need it most, to help fund some of their travel or some of their events that all the members will then kind of utilize in the future. So hopefully that gives you guys some context of what we do.
Thank you, CFDS. Next we have Vidant, and then Zach Evan.
Okay, hi. Thank you for bringing our topic. I'm Mateusz from LBG Events, and maybe this is a thing also in other countries. And so according to Polish law, we can't just make a payment like this. We would need to make a donation that have a tax around 25%. So in reality, this is not 3% for us, it's more. And we can't really afford it, at least for now. So do you consider just putting this tax into this 3% rate? So we would really pay 3%, not and not more. Thank you.
Then Zagreb. Okay, Senan?
Yeah, I think it was a direct question, right? Thank you for this question. It is indeed also one of the difficulties that we cannot fully address in this proposal, which is true. So once again, recommend listening to Achim and making any type of amendment that you think is necessary. At the moment, it would be consistent with the rest of the proposal that the 25% fee that you would have to pay, or the tax you would have to pay, would not be a deduction from the fee itself. It is the same with bank transactions. I think we think that we do explain that in the proposal. For some regions, you have to pay a tax to pay money from one country to another. And there is sort of a principle that states that the LPG pay would pay the tax to get the money out of the country, and then BEST would pay for the money to pay the tax to get the money into Belgium in this case. And I would assume it would be consistent with the proposal to go in a similar direction with other taxes we say. But once again, can easily be amended or changed.
All right, can I give the microphone to Zagreb? And after that, we have to go.
Hello, Leo LBG Zagreb. So my question is more of a directed to everybody here. When looking at this proposal, what do you think about the grants? Because the grants are incomes that do not go into savings. So basically, if they're considered incomes, they're also calculated in the fee. So basically, to the LPGs who have more income from grants than from fundraising and other sources, would pay much, much more than 3% considering their savings.
Senan?
Actually, I want to add here that I think Danny, reply on PIP, alluded to this one problem in essence. And indeed, it may be tricky. This is one of the reasons why we went for such a long implementation period, because obviously we don't know for sure, but it may very well be possible through conversations with the grant provider, through renegotiation of contracts, or finding new revenue streams, that it may actually not be as unaffordable as it seems right now. So once again, it is an uncertainty, which is why we allowed for such a long implementation period.
Next up, we have Rome. And Franco. Rome cut. Can we go to Frankfurt? And then to the
Hi, Joshua from Frankfurt. My question is pretty quick, actually. Will this membership fee be mandatory for everybody, or so in example, baby members, suspended LBGs, or just full members?
Thank you for this question. It is a very good one, and I have to admit that I don't think it was. But could someone please tell me what it is in the proposal? I think it was stating all members, including suspended and baby. But I do remember it was a point of debate, which is why I am not fully sure anymore.
Okay, according to the proposal, it says members of BEST, members of BEST will count baby members, suspended members, everyone that is above baby member and above. We're not taking into account observer. So based on what's written there, everyone apart from the observer. Thank you.
Then we go to the bid. Oh wait, we have two things here, sorry. However, as it is defined inside the proposal, for baby and suspended members, it will be half the fee, so 1.5%. All right, then we can go to the bid, and after that we have Ismir.
Okay, thanks, Sasha, LBG. For opinion of my LBG, This proposal takes into consideration only financial instability of international debt, but it doesn't take into consideration financial problems of LGBs, which a lot of them are struggling right now after the pandemic. So some of them won't be able to pay this fee. It's not their fault, it's like, life. What do we do in this case? Shouldn't we take into consideration financial situation of each LBG individually?
Two fingers on Apple.
I would say, as stated in the proposal, this would only take place from 2023 on. And I believe that was done with the intention of letting LDGs recuperate and of figuring out exactly how this is going to be implemented. So yes, a lot of people are struggling now, but I'm sure you have time to figure out how to pay this fee given the 2 years you have until then.
Thank you, Achim. Please remember to state your name and LDG at the beginning of whatever you're saying. Then we move on to Neil. And then we have Krishna Bhagan.
Hi, I'm Vijay from LGBTQ. In the proposal, you mentioned to into membership criteria, but what about the other things like that? Because the companies that we have agreement pay their money to university account, and we only can use it to buy materials. We can't use it even for our events. To sum up, we don't have a specific income for our budget. We are not able to pay this money. In that case, what will happen to LGBTs like us? What will be the solution, if property, etc. Thank you.
All right, then we have Krishna Bhagan. And then Airline.
Hello, Christy from Krishna Bhagan. You said this is not a quick fix. Yet, with the same effort techniques, we've seen the decrease in partner retention from 50% to 11% in 8 years. And especially because we have so many different markets in all over Europe, and this data that we have across all entities with income is the generalization. The work is changing and our techniques are more or less the same. And my question is, how can we know that this fee will be self-sustainable and actually solve this problem, and not just propagate it to a local level? Thank you.
Two fingers on seven.
Once again, this is a very good consideration to make here, because we cannot know for sure. One of the reasons, however, why we propose this is something that we did not find sufficient data for to properly include, but maybe some of the CR people, or maybe Rita from Treasury, can share that we have reason to suspect that recruitment in companies has become more and more localized, meaning that it became more and more difficult for best to provide services that actually benefit the companies as it used to, whereas it became easier for LPGs. This is something that has been a working theory, as far as I'm aware, but maybe Rita can share more on it.
Thank you, Senna. Then we're moving on to Airline, and after that we have Varsha. Airline and Scott? No? We don't have, sorry. Then we're going to Varsha. Also not. Frankfurt still? And then after Aachen.
Hello, my name is Sam from LBG Frankfurt. I wanted to ask the question how the money that we're going to gain from every LBG is going to be shared egalitarian through every LBG. As an inspiring engineer, I can already tell that one solution to the model is not going to work out, since every LBG here comes from different countries and different countries have different culture. It means only by just getting money from them and giving their money to other LBGs is not going to fix the problem. So maybe we should have another approach to it instead of just give us money. Thank you.
Thank you, Frankfurt. Then we're having Aachen and the
So again, I'm Eduardo from Apple. And when it comes to grants, I wanted to say if most of your income or resources are grants, then we will once again invite you to try to make an amendment that doesn't count grants as revenue for this, right? So then if grants are most of your income and you actually have no other income, if grants are most of your income, you have €0 of income from anything else, and there's an amendment that says grants won't count as revenue, and you pay 0, right? For example, so make the amendment if you need grants or only have grants.
Senna? Repeat it from Senna.
Thank you for this comment. The issue of grants has come up a couple of times, and for this I actually want to thank Danny for sending me a message to convey. And that is that as far as our research and our awareness and knowledge of grants goes, and membership fee, in essence, is not any type of special expense. But when you are requesting grant, you are asking a benefactor to cover a specific set of expenses that you are making for a purpose the benefactor agrees with or wants to promote. The membership fee, or as far as we're aware, should in many, if not most cases, be able to be covered through a grant. That just requires proper communication and discussion with the grant provider. Obviously, if you have clear evidence that it is not the case, I can only withdraw the statement, but we are not aware that it is such.
We have 2 minutes from Danny online.
Danny Cox.
Danny Cox. Then we go to Zagreb, or 2 fingers from Zagreb.
Leo, Zagreb. So basically the fingers are for, there are a lot of LDGs, a lot of grant providers, and this is very unconventional. It's not feasible to believe that every grant provider will have understanding for this kind of stuff. And in general, I believe that like making amendments or something, or changes in the proposal could work, considering that the grants save a lot of LDGs from what I've heard from talking to people in general. So, government would think that grant providers could be fruitful regarding this in all the extent of LDGs, cities, and so on.
Thank you, Zagreb. Then we have the bid, and after that we're going to look at the one online, if that's anything possible.
Okay, that's a problem with you again. I have a question directly to the authors of this proposal. I'm sure you did proper research and analysis of this question and situation, and have you considered any other alternatives to like getting money or for international best? Have you considered some other ways?
Well, yes, we definitely consider it as one of the ways as we could find. We mostly went by looking through the current and past practices in BEST, where many of them were focused on either increasing the sustainability of BEST through improving its financial health by investing heavily in fundraising, public relations, grants, external relations, or by trying to improve the strength of LDGs, and as such improve the image and the marketability of BEST in a way, and then that way gain more financial resources. However, for the reasons that we state in the proposal, specifically the issue on value flow, we believe
sending the audio
that
but from
we don't have enough. I mean, we just haven't found the perfect way, but this seems like the next step.
Sorry? I think
I would like to have Juliana, and then Mostak.
We still cannot hear them. We still cannot hear them.
Okay, apparently we can't hear them online yet. So we're going to keep it in live, the ones actually here. And then we're looking at good and then Del.
Christopher from Napoca. Since it is important for both press and local groups to have their safety net and know they will have the money that they need to make those events that we try to make for all of our students. And since I think everyone here both cares about press and the RPGs, and I don't think the source of the disagreements comes from our lack of interest, do you think that the solution where there is a limit for the amount of money that the fee will be for the LGBTs that don't have a profit will still have press at the international level? Because if yes, I think this might shift the discussion by making LGBTs know that they don't have to give money, they don't have any money to give. Would that still have the best, or does it need to be 3% of income in order to work? Thank you.
Your opinion from Senate?
Thank you for this question. For this, I would actually like to refer you to the consideration of fairness, because if you limit the fee to only the LGBTs that make profit, that is actually the exact same situation, though with just a few different numbers, as asking a fee that is based on the percentage on the annual profit, which has, in our opinion, a lot of issues, mostly on how it is being monitored, the level of accounting knowledge that needs to be known across our organization. Obviously, it would still help us, we think, in a different way, and it would not solve all of the issues, at least not according to our analysis. Once again, disagreement here is definitely possible, and I would be happy to see amendments here.
Can we go to Del? Followed by Unknown.
Hi, Renzo from Dell. In Dell, when we discussed this proposal, one thing that came up was that a lot of our revenues are event fees that we ask our members to pay, for example, when we're doing the weekend, or monthly fees and things like that. It feels like this kind of, I feel like we should be taxing this kind of revenue. It's similar issue with the grants. I think there's a larger discussion here because that's the proposal in theory, but not necessarily in practice. Thank you.
Somebody else?
Hi, Mukhar, I think how much of an insight actually that has into the finances. If all information comes from our report from private area, and this will be taken into account all actions like parameter number, every projecting or really purposes of not thinking of their income or expenses, or changing it in the market. If you work with the operation.
You are just pointing out one of the major issues we encounter in our research proposal. There is an issue that no thing that we're asking at the moment is the reports, which has no real way of checking the accuracy, so it really is prone to error. However, there's no way that LGBTs in general are attempting to be as accurate as possible while reporting this. But we know that this is not a great way to actually base a proper system on, which is why the whole reporting issue is definitely also bringing the proposal, and almost or even more important than the fee itself.
Then we go to Brussels ULB, followed by Bratislava.
Hi, I'm from Brussels ULB. I have a more technical question. Not all RPGs are part of the European Union or the euros. Have you considered the impact that could have the price of international bank transfers? So it's like if you used to send 200 euros, but half of it is lost in costs in exchange rates, it's not really interesting. And also, how would the revenue of LPGs that function in rubles, for example, would be? Is there 2% of the revenue in their currency, or the revenue converted to euros and then 2% of that? Have you thought of it? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Yes, we have put thought into this. It is part of the answer to the question is detailed in the when we talk about the issue of shared bank transactions. As far as we are aware, as far as I managed to look up, correct me if I'm wrong, please, no country issues more than a 15% tax on transactions from outside of SEPA to inside of SEPA. At least none of the countries that are invest. So we believe that the impact of this specific issue should be really limited. When it comes to other currencies, the same policy as is happening with other transactions, best is to be used where the date of transaction, or at least the date of issue, is the one that is being used to transfer the money from foreign currency to euros.
Thank you, Senate. Next on this, we have Bratislava, followed by Izmir.
Hi, I'm Lena, I'm with Bratislava. So my question is, the support of BES is much more than important question, but there is, I would say, like a dilemma between the support of BES and the existence of LPG, because from less money LPG in the end of the year, or no money, having no money, there are no events like in the future, and the question about our existence. So my question, what would be benefits for LPG if it were improved?
I actually would like not to answer that, and this is a genuine consideration that you all should make, and if anyone has any opinion on that, I think it would be valuable to state that.
Zagreb?
Okay, well, Zagreb. So I would like to mention at least one perk of this membership fee being implemented. So as we saw in the presentation, the finances are going down, the savings are going down, and no matter what, BES is still supporting us by providing us the whole framework where we can work, where we can connect. And if we want that to continue in the following years, because that has to be continued, we have to make a change. So given some kind of percentage, as you consider it a thank you, you can consider it your donation to the whole organization that is holding you up right now. So yeah, that would be that would be basically a thank you for connecting us, because we are right here, right now, because of this.
Thank you, Hannah. Then we have Izmir.
Hi, beautiful. But it would be great if you can answer our first question, because it was a question about the universities. And okay, firstly, if you can answer our first question, it would be great, because it's important to us. The question about universities, really staying in university. Secondly, in our opinion, it's very not efficient to make every of the fixed personal job membership fee. So we would like to ask, have you ever considered having a system like that goes? Thank you.
Senate?
Thank you for this question, and thank you for repeating. I did forgot to reply. The issue of universities is a complex one, because it intersects actually with a couple of other practices in BES, where one of the main expectations that BES has, according to the regulations towards LPGs, is to have a healthy working relationship with universities. This would imply that it should be possible to at least debate this issue with university, and obviously if something is impossible, that is something that is up to debate, and maybe should be included in this proposal, or at least accounted for in a different way. I do not have the solution for this, because I have not had a conversation with every university here. But if you have a different approach, I would definitely be very happy to see this come up as an amendment or something like that. There was a second part, I think, which I already forgot. Can you repeat?
If you have a confidence, so the best course, a similar system to best courses, which would basically be a flat fee based on global domestic product. We did consider that. It is also included in the section about fairness, where a flat fee based on global domestic product does not account properly for large size differences of universities and LBDs. For example, in Belgium, there is a very big difference between Leuven and Liège. They're just different size universities. It would be unfair to tax Liège that much every year just because the university is smaller. Sorry, Leo.
Thank you, Senna. Two fingers from Leuven.
Jenny from Leuven. So about categories, have you also considered if there was like more data to use this to like put a category in fees then? Because as we have analyzed it and I've seen like all the past years for some LBTs, some large differences, and that you could categorize them sort of.
Clarification for Senna?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know exactly what you would categorize. Like categorize by something else than GDP, or?
Yeah, to add on that, like, to clarify more, basing the fee on categories, like 3%, 2%, 1%, for example.
Senna?
We did consider something similar, but we can always back that a percentage of an income fee, of an annual revenue, is in a way of like a continuous categorization, where the category we're using is the size of the revenue in the OEG, therefore we assume the financial capacity of the OEG in a way.
Two fingers from Russia.
Madouche, Berto, did you think about categorizing LBDs about their income so they can pay different flat fees? So stronger LBDs pay more than the smaller ones.
We did consider this, but we thought it was sort of a middle solution between an actual percentage on an income and a flat fee, where it is a lot more difficult to fine tune this to be fair, because that means that there's a threshold above which you're immediately paying a lot more, whereas your income is on the lower end of this bracket we just created. So that's what technically we thought it was less fair. And also a lot more technically difficult to actually properly implement in a way. But obviously, once again, feel free to amend or counter-propose an issue, system like that.
Thank you, Senna. We're now going to look at the online statements or questions, which Bia is going to read for us. And we're going to start with you, Bianca.
Okay, so on behalf of the delegates listed from Ljubljana, how can we maintain a fair fee between LBDs that are and are not part of an umbrella student organization within their universities? Some LBDs gain financial help from their university/umbrella organization, which maybe does not go to the LBD's account. This means that LBDs that work independently from their funds work harder and don't have to pay bigger fees. I can reread the question.
Seven.
That is indeed a tricky situation, and here I think it annoyingly goes into the intricacies of bookkeeping and accounting, where there is a significant difference between the actual physical bank accounts someone has and the virtual accounts that exist, which are often kept in spreadsheets and things like that, where revenue streams that are coming from an entity that is the same organization, for example, an umbrella, are actually counted as revenues. This is one more reason why we wish to have such a long implementation period, because it will be very necessary that accounting practices are properly explained and there is proper education on accounting practices across the whole organization. Because obviously, as students, it is very much not common sense, and we cannot really expect that everyone is expert as much as it is maybe necessary in a large organization such as this. Which is why, if this will pass, I would definitely hope that boards would make sure the resources are available.
Thank you, Senna. Next one is from Monster.
On behalf of LBG Mustard, attending online, we have two questions.
Okay, so
the first is, in the case that some LBGs are not in good financial standing, what should be the regulations for them?
I think this is sort of once more a question for the audience more than for me, because indeed it is once again asking for an exception for LBGs that are not making a profit or in generally poor financial health. This is something for you guys to consider. If you think there should be a provision for this in one way, shape, or form, that is definitely something that is potentially tackled through amendments or council orders.
Thank you, Senna. Second one.
If the proposal will be accepted, do you think that project or working group who will work on all needed regulations should be established, and why?
For this, my opinion here is of little import. As far as I'm aware, here I once again look into the board. Much more regulations are not strictly necessary because a proposal that is approved by the plenary is just as binding as any set of regulations. It is something that we all agreed on and therefore we need to do. That's basically the whole regulatory background. Obviously, when it comes to the actual implementation of the reporting and all the other administrative purposes, I would leave it up to the board to decide what the best way is to move forward.
We have two opinions online from Eka Urfu.
Eka Urfu. Okay. I am very interested in one thing. Where will the data on LBG income come from? If from LBG report, then how, for example, can you guarantee that the LBG will not underestimate or hide their real income in order to pay less?
I believe you've already asked this question in a way, right? So I'm going to cut that. And we're going to go to the two opinions from Riga.
LBG Riga. How will you check that LBGs show the correct income? Are there going to be working groups to check the in-depth finances of LBGs?
Senator? Here, once again, to me, it's a bit like a very weird issue to debate. Because what we're asking here is, if the proper framework were in place and the correct knowledge is dispersed for LBGs to accurately report their finances, should we have some safeguards in place for non-accidental errors, let's call them? That is at least what I get the question is, and I personally would not like to consider this as a concern here. However, if this would really be an issue, most of LBGs are publicly registered entities, which means that in most countries, I think I checked for about 26, it is technically, if really necessary, possible to approach the government or the local municipality to get a limited set of financial data. That means that this financial data is theoretically checkable. However, I would hope that as volunteers, there would be very little reason for us to really have to get into these depths.
Thank you, Senate. We've been going at this discussion for a bit more than an hour, which is an hour and 20 minutes even, which is more than the allocated time for this. Would you like to continue, yes or no? Knowing that there's also the option to move this discussion to partner law, but in such a case, Senate would not be there. So put on your cards if you want to continue now. Or not, I mean, green or red. I'm seeing more green than red. So we'll continue a bit longer. And we'll start with 5 extra minutes. The next one on the list is Chisinau.
Hello, Nikolai Chisinau. During the making of this proposal, having been hoped to make a fee for general events, having at a fixed rate instead of paying for forward deposits. For example, as we know of IDG Software, they have some problems with their GA. Since then, they have been having problems in their LGD.
This has been considered, however, we believe this would not fit the proper scope of the problem we are describing, as it is more than just an issue of singular types of events, but a systemic one in best that we need to tackle.
Thank you, Senate. Then we're going to the ambassador. And after that, Ankara.
Hello, Mariana Pimenta, ambassador from BEST. And I'm here not to make a statement or a question, but simply to contribute with some knowledge. Well, facing the current situation, we can understand that BEST cannot progress if it moves with its bodies separated. There is not an international BEST and LPGs, there is an organization, and it can only grow as much as we take the solution together. And how can we ask for the funds and contribution for funding events if we're not contributing for this to happen? So I'm here to contribute with a little knowledge. In Niger, facing this problem, sorry, I lost myself. Wait, yes. In Niger, facing this problem, there is also a fee. Not of 3%, but of 25%. Of course, that does not come from incomes, but, for example, from local annual fees that members individually pay. That are locally adjusted fairly according to the culture of the countries. For example, the fee can come up to 70 euros, and according to what LBGs, or in their case, local groups think that are feasible to pay, they implement that. And until a certain amount of money, the international part of the organization collects 25%. HR-wise, it was also a question, and they don't register any impact, as they are still one of the cheapest organizations, well, it's of course prices that are implemented according to the country. If this is the solution, well, maybe, maybe not. What I mean with this is that there are solutions, and this proposal is amazing in the sense that brought this problem to the light. And well, if you agree, you know what to do. If you want to change it, you know what to do. And in the other side, if you want to approach this problem in any other way, just feel free to go talk with the other ambassadors. You already also contributed with the knowledge of our organization. The ambassador for IG will be here in about 50 minutes, I think. So just feel free to come to gather that knowledge. Well, thank you for listening to me. And if you want to learn more about these processes, talk with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Moscow, and then Zambi. Okay, not Moscow, then Zambi. There in the corner.
I go? Antonio, something. So first of all, on behalf of Digital Santi, I would like to say that we believe that this proposal is going to give room for us to breathe. However, due to the diversity, there are a lot of things that we have to take under consideration. That's why we need the amendment. Therefore, I would like to ask, in a year as best, we have an average amount of money that we spend. So do you know, or do you estimate this fee, how much is going to cover? What percentage of this?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we actually calculated that with 3% fee, according to the past couple of budgets, if I remember correctly, it would be on the same scale as the current, maybe certain, I'm not sure anymore, FTA agreement. So it would be approximately 40 to 55,000 euros on the annual budget of BEST, I think. I think it's 30%, I guess. Remember that, 30, 40%? Oh, what is it?
Thank you, Shannon. I'm going to ask the same question again. Our 5 minutes have passed, so do you want to continue or not? Knowing that at this point we have 3 fingers left and 1 clarification from the plenary. Okay, we'll continue. Starting with Uppsala, and then we have Delft.
Hello, Diana from Uppsala. Such a membership fee could be similar to, for example, paying for all the TV channels, even though you only want a smaller package of channels to look at. And then would you consider if there could be maybe an option where the entities only pay for the services that they are interested in, plus a set fee of the costs that the best fund costs, for example, GAs. And then, of course, they should be required a minimum amount per service so that there is not a bigger cost per entity if there are very few entities that are interested in certain services. Did you consider something like this? And yes, what was your conclusion? Thank you.
Yes, as a direct question, I'll have to answer. Yeah, actually, this is a great point. We did consider it at some point, that one of the main reasons why we did not go for this is the added complexity of the whole system, while the actual results of it would be quite limited. In the end, we decided not to look at it as you make a beautiful analogy with TV stations, but we tried to look at it as with highway infrastructure. You're paying for all the roads, even though you're only driving a few. That's the idea that we went with, but obviously, as you say, it could be very well be amended or counter-proposed if you wish to go with the system that you're describing.
Thank you, Shannon. Can you clarify the sign language we're getting from Moscow?
Yeah, Greg from Moscow. I just want to ask from another point of view, how this proposal will affect the expansion of BEST. I mean, we're going to create new LPGs. For sustainable life of our organization, we have to gain new blood, new LPGs. But these fees might be hard to fulfill for new fake LPGs, which only start their way. Did you consider this somehow? Thank you.
Stella? We did consider it at some point. Our main personal limited conclusion was that amongst all the network of NGOs, BEST is among a reasonably few that does not have membership fees in place. I think for more accurate information on that, you can always approach ambassadors of BEST past and current or of other NGOs. When it comes to effect on growth more specifically, I would have to refer to the board on this, as I'm not fully up to date with the growth strategies that are being employed.
To Two fingers from Zagreb.
Okay, well, Zagreb. Also, what I would like to add is that like this would contribute to expansion of BEST in terms of BEST becoming more sustainable, and becoming more sustainable means room for more LPGs and more support we can provide. That's it.
Thank you, Zagreb. Next we have Delft, and then, oh, sorry, first two things on the thing.
Yeah, in terms of growth, what you asked, of course, that projections can be made. At the moment, I don't have those numbers and projections made, but like from what is written in the proposal and from some really rough projections, what could happen is that this could cover all the, let's say, operational and basic costs of BEST. So any other income that could come from any other source of income could be focused into and shift to the development of the organization, the development of members and development of services, and also to the contribution of our volunteers.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you again if you want to continue or not. Our 5 minutes have passed. At the moment, we have 5 fingers and 1 clarification left. So we're going to continue one more time.
I am communicating.
But everybody online is ready. Then we'll start with the clarification from the thing.
Yeah, we would like to clarify what we said a while ago, that the financial contribution of suspended and named members will be there. Actually, this is already what is already written in the financial rule package in the case of financial support that BEST can allow. And actually, what this proposal aims to switch is that paragraph to a new one where it states an equal fee for all members. So all members of BEST, either baby, suspended, or full, will pay the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up we have Delft, followed by Kodice.
Hello? Yes. Hi, Remy from Delft. I would like to ask a quick clarification on whether patronizing and donations are considered revenue as the proposal stands right now. Thank you.
Yeah, well, short answer is yes. Donations are definitely counted as a source of revenue. This reason, if you're very rigorous people accounting, you should actually account the comparative monetary value of the goods you're raising in your financial reports. That's at least how large corporations and such have to do it.
Next up is Kodice, followed by Rome.
Hello, Martin, this is Kodice. I wanted to ask more personal opinion. Let's say the proposal passes, the consequences would be that Australia LGBTQ would be excluded. Is that the sacrifice that has to be taken? And another additional question, will you consider any safety measures against this? Thank you.
First of all, well, the first part of the question is, it is indeed possible. I cannot deny that the development industry would result in LDPs losing their membership. That is just a simple fact, it's based on the numbers that is there. These are the necessary sacrifice, however, it is not a consideration for me to make, and I will refrain to make any statement of that. I do have to say that I do believe that most, if not all of these, will be able to adapt accordingly. That's basically it. And then the second part was.
Can you repeat the second part? Please refrain from using two questions in one finger. Yeah, bring the finger into focus.
Sorry, I remember. It was, if I would consider any safety constraints. Once again, this is not my decision to make here, and if you would like to consider any safety constraints, I would very happily welcome you to propose any amendments or counter proposals to implement them.
Next up, we have the room.
Yes, I have a question. I have a technical question. I have a statement. So can I read it or not?
You can, but if it's a statement, make sure it reaches the minute takers as well, in written form.
No, sorry, I didn't get you. Okay, yeah. So this is a statement on behalf of LPG Rome. Before I start, I would like to specify that LPG Rome understands the bad economic situation BEPS is facing and agree with you with the fact that membership fee can be a solution. During this discussion, we all understand that there are some weaknesses, like for example, some LPGs cannot pay because they have to record all the money we have. There could be extra taxes, and in some cases, and moreover, in LPG's Rome. In LPG Rome's opinion, there is not a clear and precise description of what events can be or cannot be organized with this money. The reason why we need to know exactly how our money will be used is because the first membership fee will be based on the income statement for fiscal year 2023-2022. But we will see the actual result of all these efforts only at the end of 2024, in some cases even later. This proposal can be fixed, but however, LPG Rome's believe that we, as delegates, have not enough information and knowledge to propose valid counter-proposal and or statements. For these reasons, LPG Rome will vote for the withdrawal of the proposal, hoping that he, Sam, or another group of people will present again a proposal that can all or almost all agree on. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask you once again if you want to continue or not, knowing that after this we start a presentation from the Best Learning Network. Okay, I see May red, so we're going to cut the discussion here. Okay. I believe that we are ready for the wake-up game. But first, let's give a 1, 2, 3 for 7. 1, 2, 3, and follow you, of course. Can we do a wake-up game? Yeah.
I'm such a clown. I don't know how microphones work.
Hello again. So we're gonna do yet another wake-up game. This time it's gonna be a traditional Just Dance. So all of you who want to join in the middle and showcase their dancing skills, you can do so. Come on, come on. And I would highly encourage you all to stand up and show us your moves.
Yeah, I know.
Even from your desk.
Do we record that without music? With recording without music?
I'm not to play the music yourself because songs from here
has an executive board elected for 2 years. Alumni was universal membership. If you were a vested, you became part of Alumni. BAN, however, has a registered membership, so you need to take about 2 minutes to register once you have graduated from BAS to become a member of BAN and then pay an excruciating €10 per year as a membership fee. I heard that we were having a discussion about something similar in the previous talk. So Alumni is about 25,000 people, and BAN at the moment has 250 registered members and growing. Alumni is organizing alumni meetings on the general meetings of BAS, and they were mainly relying on the private area as the only IT platform. BAN, however, organizes multiple events, projects, both online and live, and we have a more extensive IT infrastructure, and that was practically the point why we wanted to have a legal persona. So what do we do? With the alumni, we are a social network, so as you can see we are quite close and quite friendly to each other. We also have a podcast regularly about things that interest us. We used to organize gaming nights, alumni meetings. On the more professional area, we had a mentorship project, which will repeat next year as well. We organized a startup roundtable. Quite a few of us are entrepreneurs. We organized a series of webinars where we could talk about our professional lives. We have a storytelling club. So there are lots of fun and useful things happening within the bank. And we also try to cooperate with BAS as much as possible. So this is where you guys come into the picture. Oops. Thank you. Again, on the range of professional skills, career support, internships, advice on organization, matters like finances or accounting. It's practically up to us and up to you to decide what we want to do together, how we will benefit from this mutual relationship. So if you're interested in any kind of project in cooperation with us, do not hesitate to reach out to us. You can find us at contact us at Alumni. And we also have our website there. You can find us on social media, everywhere. So thank you very much in the name of the second executive board of BAN, the mamas and the papas. It's not because we are kind of on some kind of journey towards parenthood or are already parents, but also because BAN is a young organization, so we feel that we need to nurture it and help it grow and develop into something awesome. So thank you in the name of my board, the BAN members who are present, the non-BAN members who are present, and the BAN members who are not present. And thank you very much. I think it was more or less 7 minutes, and I'm happy to take any questions for the remaining time.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? If not, don't worry. You'll get an entire coffee break to socialize with the alumni.
Yes, just one more note on that. You can see our name tag. You will see the industry and the field that we work in. So you are more than welcome to talk to us about that or about our history in BAS. Some of us were there when the logo was created, the identity document was created, even before that. So feel free to talk to us about anything really.
Thank you very much. We have a figure from the flame.
As Tamara said, I invite you all to go and speak to alumni. I have been doing this quite a while ago, but we are still the same organization with the same ideas behind us. And given that this year will be having the identity address. It would be very nice to take a historical data of how we have evolved and to understand where the English has become very, very important for all we do this the journey very quickly for this address. Maybe I will focus the page in the law and
Thank you very much. There are no questions. I give the word to Dia for the answers.
Okay, so we have quite a few announcements. The first one is from Status, the coordinator. Can someone bring the microphone to him?
Hello again. Okay, this is my time to talk about FBA. You may have heard about it a lot of times today, but we will move to one more. So, as you know, we have already got the act of the agency in the end of the mandate of the plan. What we've done this year, for example, number one, we designed the paper. I have to in that. One of the ones I'm going to do extras, the images, the coordinator, the bond, the organizer, everyone is here. So we have to concentrate with them and give the money for the report. Just keep in mind that we need to have a pen to give it to me. Some of you are at the open, you know, you not, so the new ones to know.
Sorry, which color?
Blue. It's one product of the seven.
One more, so everybody hears it?
Blue. Thank you, Carlos.
Okay, so another reminder for people who are participating in commissions to read the facilitations of your commission before you go to the break. Does everyone know where to go and who to approach? Can I see some green cards, red cards? Okay. Thank you. Now, on a more serious notice, there is a reminder for the using of masks. It's not only on the plenary, because we are staying together for 4 days, some people more. So it is very important that we can make a bubble inside this event so that no one here is a portal of transmission of COVID or other stuff, but mostly COVID, back to their country or to their family. So please be aware of this. We wouldn't like at all to show up in the news as the students who decided to have an event with almost 200 people and became a COVID infection focus. Okay, serious part over. So, if there is anybody from Mongolian department, please raise your hands. Very sad to know. I see one hand. Nishka, is that you? Shy hand. Chico? Microphone to Almada, is it possible?
I'm a member from the Mongolian drinking department, so if that's possible.
Luis, can you clarify? Microphone, thank you.
Okay, I will try to be short. The Mongolian department is a department of people who lived through the whole procedure of drinking Mongolian, like 3 Mongolians, half a liter, and after that they did not puke, and stayed partying and took a funny photo. If there is anybody who is a member of Angolan department, please raise your hand. I will meet you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, an announcement from the organizers now. Bikes are for orgs and co-organizers to use. Paths are not allowed to use any bikes rented by the orgs. Please be mindful of these restrictions, as bicycles allow organizers to move faster inside the accommodation place and make sure that everything is set on time, either for coffee breaks or other needs that we might have during the event. Then parking lot announcements. Evelina?
Hello. Okay, so we're having a lot of discussions, and as you see, obviously not everything will be answered, so there will be some other discussions up. So that's why we have the parking lot sessions on the day 2, yes. So, on the table right there is a piece of paper, and there you can propose your parking lots. They will be open until tomorrow at the end of dinner. So you can go there. I think they're not markers, but you can try to pen and write it. And then if you have any questions, you can approach me or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And last announcement of this block. Delegates who would like to take their LBG's bracelets, please approach Iron and Vilde. Did I say it right? Ish.
Please stand up.
I'll practice. Anybody see? That's the guy you have to approach for bracelets.
Yeah, during the 5, so you can just after this.
Or you can just approach us in the plenary, like after the plenary or in the coffee break as well, like we're always here. So,
thank you. And to finish, gentle reminder that the people in the matches right now will probably be us in a few years. So take this chance to approach them and find out how they manage to transit out of best and into fun, because we don't know when we will be able to see them again.
Thank you, Bia. The session, the plenary will start again. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to close it first. So with that, plenary is closed. We come back again at 18:50. Okay, 10 minutes is that.
You might have to practice that a couple of times. If it goes wrong, go to edit, undo, and see if you can get it into the right position. So how do I know this is on the background layer? See the eyeball? Turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. So
Final, that's the usual yesterday. In the microphone as well. Hello. So, as mentioned, I'm one of the DPLs of BEST. And since we have quite a lot of membership cases this GA, we will talk about membership, the membership system of BEST, the purpose of the systems, and how it works. So, what? Okay. First of all, the purpose of the membership system of BEST. All in all, it is to it is to create, maintain, and have a stable growth of BEST and its local groups, meaning its members. That leads to BEST being a strong organization, and that means that we as an organization can provide proper support towards the local groups that we have. According to the regulations, we have two documents, the status of BEST and the internal regulations of BEST. Very important documents, they're describing all of the responsibilities. Go through them, they are of vital importance. So, let's see the path of a new group, what a new group has to do in order to become a member of BEST. So, you are a group of people that are interested to join the organization to become a BEST member. So, what you have to do is to be in contact with the person responsible. You can apply twice per year, and then it's up to the international board to select that group. Once the group is selected, they're receiving a doctor, of course. You're an observer now, you're not a member of BEST, of course, but you're getting to know it and you're building the foundations for a strong member. Then, the next step is to become a baby member. An observer can run either on the first or the second GA following the selection, and there are some criteria to become baby. Mostly have to do with organizing successful internal or local events, but also, as I said before, the purpose is to show that you're understanding BEST, you're able to keep up with some things, and you're showing potential sustainability by attending some events. Perfect. Then, the next step is to become a full member. A baby member can run for full member from the third to the sixth GA since becoming one. The criteria are focused on organizing successful BEST course for BSc. Of course, you have to attend all GAs, but most importantly, as a group, you should show potential sustainability, that you're understanding the responsibilities of full member LBGs, and you're able to keep up with what BEST is doing, meaning providing services, properly representing the organization, and so on and so forth. We have full members. Once you're a full member, you don't have a doctor anymore, of course. Full members have quite a lot of responsibilities, as they're described in the documents that I said before. The most important ones, of course, are to organize external events, successful external events every 8 seasons, promote the improvement of BEST, actively being involved in the decision-making process of the organization by participating in GAs, virtual assemblies, and so on, and have a very good knowledge about BEST. However, we have some LBGs that are not able to fulfill their responsibilities, so there are some cases happening. First of all, we have the monitoring. That means that you are a full member LBG, but you understand that you have specific issues. The board can put an LBG under monitoring in case the group didn't attend GA,
or didn't organize an extra event, or there was a proposal that was not accepted, or by the request of the full member group. Then we have a more serious case, suspension. A lot of people believe that suspension is a punishment, however, it's supposed to help full member refugees in order to solve their internal issues. So what we are doing, we are leaving the group for their full member duties, and we are giving them a doctor in order to help them to develop. There are quite a lot of ways to get suspended. They are mostly have to do with not organizing successful external events for a season, not being able to keep up with the responsibilities of full members, in the sense not participating in voting sessions, not participating in GAs, and not following specific regulations that have to do with external events. And the worst that can happen to the group is the exclusion. What's happening if the group is not present in 2 GAs or suspended for 2 GAs, violated the statutes, the very important document that we said before, not aiming with the aims and purposes best, or if a GA decides for other reasons, because every GA is the highest decision-making body of the organization. That means that can decide everything. However, why are these things important? Why am I saying that? Why am I bothering you? Because we have quite a lot of membership cases in this GA, and it's very important for every one of us to understand what will happen to the LBGs that are proposed for a membership status change. The LBGs that are facing membership cases are the following, the ones that you can see. We have pretty much everything for all the tastes. And the next 2 days we will discuss for each one of these cases separately, and we will try to evaluate, you will try to evaluate actually, if they should move to another membership status. Thank you. That was from me for now.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, panel. Are there any questions? Okay, in that case we can move on. The next is the case of Kaunas to suspended. They're kind of suspended to full. Apologies. Again, presentation by panels. Start. Yay! You have 7 minutes.
Okay.
You can start when you're ready.
Okay, so the first membership case that we will discuss is the proposal for membership of LBG Kaunas. LBG Kaunas was suspended for quite some time now. We will see why, we will see the background of the LBG and what they have done for the past 2 years. But here mostly we will have a very brief overview of the proposal in order to be on the same page. So, according to the proposal that led Kaunas to suspension, the way to leave the suspension was to organize a successful external event, meaning a BSc, a Best in Question Education, a best course, a national or regional round of feedback, or event final, according to our previous regulations that are not in power anymore. Okay. According to our statute, the document that we have now, if a suspended member fulfills the requirements to leave the suspension on the second or the third General Assembly, then there is a proposal to leave the suspension. This is why we have a proposal here for LBG Kaunas. But let's see a bit of background. So, the last successful external event of what's happening there? Cool. Okay, so the last successful external event of LBG Kaunas was the best course in autumn season back in 2017. Okay, can we do it that way? Next, there, perfect. Okay, so the LBG didn't announce a best course in autumn season 18 the next year. It was approached by the international board about the best course in spring season 2019, but it didn't announce one. It applied to host a BSc, a Best in Professional Education in summer season 2019, but it was not selected by the respective department and didn't host an external event by the application deadline of autumn season 19, so it was proposed for suspension. It got proposed for suspension in PM Valladolid 19. Miss was signed as their first doctor, but due to personal reasons, she stepped down. And then Ruta Zarina from LBG Riga took over as the second doctor. Then there was a proposal to adopt the criteria to grant membership by the 33rd International Board of Best, the Voyager, and it gave the opportunity to the LBG to organize an online or a local adoption of the best course. The LBG did that. They have a successful best course in spring season 2021. It was an online adoption, so let's see the implications of the proposal. In case it's accepted, LBG Kaunas, suspended LBG Kaunas will become a full member of BEST. In case it's not accepted, LBG Kaunas will be excluded from BEST according to the statutes of BEST. There are some relevant documents that you can read in your binders. The action plan is a document that the LBG created and had to follow for the past 2 years. You can see all the actions that they did there. The activity report is the document filled by the LBG before while we were submitting this proposal that says all the efforts that the LBG did for the past 2 years, how they tried to fulfill their goals, and so on and so forth. We have the doctor report that carries the same info, but from the side of the doctor. And then we have the board report that is actually the evaluation of the work done by the board. So, the responsibilities of full members, as we said before, on the membership intro is to have a very good knowledge about BEST, being able to follow and understand its principles, to provide external students with adequate services, and properly promote the image of BEST. Also, full member groups should be the ones that are being actively involved, very actively involved in the decision-making process of the organization, meaning participating in GAs, participating in virtual assemblies, and changing BEST. And also they have to actively contribute to the organization and provide the resources they have. So, I want you to think a bit and reflect if the group is ready, if they manage to solve the issues, and if suspended LBG Kaunas can become a full member again and be a sustainable member of BEST. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Before going into any questions, I'm going to ask Panos and the doctor if they have any statements. Panos does. The doctor is.
I have both the board statement and the doctor's statement.
All right, then you can read them and then pass them on to the minute speaker later.
I will use my phone, sorry about that, I don't remember them by heart.
You have permission.
So, the following is the statement from the board, the 34th International Board of BEST, the plain end. LBG Kaunas has worked for the past 2 years under extremely difficult circumstances. However, the group managed to overcome its difficulties, improving almost every aspect of its operations, and solved a healthy and sustainable image by achieving most of the goals that are described in its action plan. The International Board believes that LBG Kaunas is ready to become a full member of the organization, since it's proved its ability to keep up with the responsibilities of full members. We wish the best of luck to the LBG. And the doctor's statement from Luka Zarina. As a doctor of LBG Kaunas, I would like to give a statement regarding the proposal to approve the full membership of suspended LBG Kaunas. I have been working closely with LBG Kaunas since July 19, when I became the regional advisor, and later as their new doctor after the resignation of the previous doctor. In these 2 years, since the group is under the nursing process, it is noticeable how much the group has grown. Despite starting the nursing process close to the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic and having a limited amount of activities to take, the group invested a lot of their time to work on internal situation and best courses as well. During this time period, they saw positive signs of a sustainable group. The group was able to spot the problems, and by using and providing tools and help from the organization, they were able to find the solutions. The progress is mostly based on their attitude and determination, which allowed them to implement new things, such as a mentor system, and improve the LBG structure and working methods. In the end, LBG Kaunas didn't hesitate to contact me or relevant bodies with the help was needed. Despite more challenges awaiting them in the future, I believe LBG Kaunas will be able to fulfill full member responsibilities and keep up with good practices which they established. Therefore, I support the proposal to approve the full membership of suspended LBG Kaunas.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, panels. Now I would like to invite the LBG delegates from LBG Kaunas to come to the middle to present their membership case. As always, you have 7 minutes, and whenever you're ready and the slides are ready, you can start.
Hello, I'm Iris from LBG Kaunas, and I'm the Vice President for Public Relations.
Hello everyone, I'm Gedre and I'm a Vice President for Human Resources at LBG Kaunas, and today we are here to present our membership case. So first of all, I'd like to introduce to the 17th ward of Best Kaunas, the circus, which is now fully complete, and also we have 2 non-boardies positions occupied. Now we have 24 members at our LBG, and here you can see most of them.
So why are we here? Well, in 2019, President's meeting in Valladolid, we were suspended for not organizing a successful external event for 8 seasons in a row. But in spring season of 2021, we organized a successful online adaptation of best course called How to Train Your Robot.
So what have we done since we got suspended? First of all, we created an action plan with our first doctor. Then we had plans for our best winter course, and we were working on organizing that course while communicating with the university. But then sadly our course was postponed. Then last autumn we started communication with our second doctor, and we started working on our best online course, How to Train Your Robot, and we were organizing that course while communicating with the season coordinator and our mentor. And then finally in March we ran our online course, How to Train Your Robot. And then actually after a few months we got our course stamped. And also during all this time we were working hard on strengthening our HR, but I'll elaborate on that in a minute. From the feedback of our course, we assumed that the general impression of the course was nice and positive. We got many pleasant comments from the participants, and now we are very happy to have our courses stamped.
During the time of the suspension, we never sat still. We organized local events, for example, city rallies and junior bet, on which we are currently working on. And to boost our members' motivation, we organized 4 motivational weekends alongside other things. And these are a few moments from those events.
HR situation significantly improved during those years. For example, we organized 5 discussions called HR Talks. We are working hard on our recruitment, organizing, and integration of new members each semester. Actually, this semester we got 10 new people joining our organization. Also, we started our angel system this autumn, and also during these years we implemented mentor system to our LBG. And currently we are mostly working on developing our working group and also boosting the motivation of the whole local group by organizing various social activities.
The PR situation has also been quite good at the moment. Recently, we updated the website and improved our member section. We also are working on the Basic Mentees project, which is going for a 2nd year now, and we also have a monthly newsletter, which is also going for a 2nd year now. Regarding fundraising, it's also quite good. We created our LinkedIn account, and we are improving the annual offer for companies in the design perspective.
We maintain our best knowledge transfer by organizing constant BTP sessions, and also one of the most effective tools to do the knowledge transfer is team meetings, and the topics can be seen on the slide. Our relations with the university are really good. For example, university provides as academic part for the events and works in collaboration for the promotion of the events. It provides us office space and gives motivational funds every semester. And actually, we also have really nice collaboration with our students' unions.
So what are our plans for the future? Well, if we are becoming a full member of BEST, we plan on organizing a successful external event before the spring season of 2023. We also plan on further improving the HR situation in our LBG, not forgetting others, of course. And last thing we plan on doing is, when we get back to Kaunas, we plan on properly celebrating this moment.
So, long story short, we are working on organizing various events. We have plans for the future. We significantly improved our HR situation, and we are ready to become full members. And before we go with the questions, we have a special thank you for some special people who helped us through all our way. So thank you. We are really grateful for our doctors Ruta Micha and our previous RA Maria and the current RA Diana, and actually for all of you guys who supported and believed in us and still believe and support us.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
One, two, three. Thank you very much for your presentation. Before going into questions, a small reminder for everybody who gets the microphone to keep the microphone as close as possible to your mouth. Don't speak too fast, speak loud and clearly, just to make the life of our minute takers a bit easier. That being said, you can take a minute to write down whatever questions you have. After that, we'll be taking fingers. All right. First, a statement from a delegate online. I believe. RS team. Then a statement from the RS team. If we can get a mic there.
If you don't mind, I will move away from the speaker. So, this statement comes from Diana, the regional advisor of LD Kaunas. Dear plenary, LD Kaunas was suspended 2 years ago because they did not manage to organize a successful best course during the previous 8 seasons. Now, 2 years later, the LDP is in a better position than at the moment of their suspension, and they are motivated to still grow in every aspect. They have the help of 2 wonderful doctors, Nista and Rita, that put them back on their feet, improving every department and organizing a successful spring course. Over the past 4 months, I overviewed LDP Kaunas, and I saw an OPG that took the opportunity to learn and work to get better to this suspension. An OPG that changed their practices for the members to have better knowledge, to get better opportunities on the partners and universities, working in the family element server, and still developing their services as well. With that said, I strongly believe that LDP Kaunas is ready to do a full member again. My dear LDP Kaunas, I'm proud of you and your achievements, and I hope that you will do this soon to be going in the years to come. Diana.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. We will now be taking tickets. All right, then we'll start with Zagreb. So this is Zagreb, a microphone is offered.
Hello guys. First of all, congratulations on the presentation. So my question is, what would you still consider your biggest challenge towards sustainability or a biggest improvement point? Well, at the moment, I think the biggest problem we have is the knowledge gap that have occurred during the pandemic, because we haven't had the chance to organize a live event in such a long time. Whereas the thing is that our alumni members are very active, and somehow we don't have an active member who has been a part of a bigger event like we can also handle all on the other questions. For us.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? I don't see any. Then we are moving on. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. The next topic is LDG Brussels. And for that, I want to invite panels to the middle as the LGS. I want to invite Nishka to the middle as representative of LDG Brussels. And I want to ask anyone from Leuven, Ghent, or Brussels ULB to come to the middle as well, because LDG Brussels was their nursing LDG.
And we'll start with Steve, the originator from Ghana.
So, a few months ago, we received the resignation letter of LDG Brussels. So, I've read it to you. Sorry for reading my phone again. So, our dear Becky, it is with great sadness and sad break that LDG Brussels has decided that it's time to leave our beloved West Ham. Therefore, please accept this letter as notice of LDG Brussels resignation from the Board of European Institutions of Technology. Best Brussels started this amazing journey in 1994 when we were accepted as baby member, and in 1995 when we became full member of this wonderful organization. Over the years, we successfully organized various events and forged friendships that still last regardless of distance or time. Unfortunately, the pandemic had a devastating effect on our organization, which was already having problems recruiting new members. Most of our members were in master's programs, many of them international students. For these reasons, connecting with undergraduate students became increasingly difficult, and in the end, we ran out of members to take up our position in the board. We are very grateful for all the support we received in the most difficult moments, even without our beloved LBG. Everyone is welcome in Brussels. We hope that in the future there will be a group of students who will decide to revive Best Brussels. All our documents will be available for future generation. Please contact me or Florian Parkus. On behalf of LBG Brussels, Claudia and Les Vaquera, the last president of LBG Brussels.
Thank you. Next one, Nishtan, if you want to say a few words.
I didn't prepare anything, but I think on behalf of LBG Brussels, I would like to thank everyone who's worked here, also the organization itself. I think the pandemic hit us a bit harder, and it is a little bit difficult to recruit new members. And as mentioned in the meeting note, hopefully there will be different generation of students in our university to run Brussels again. And we'll probably still see you around, and we'll work on. Thank you guys again.
Then a few final words from me. As member of LBG Leuven, we have a lot to thank Modality Brussels, because they're the ones who invited us to join that more than 20 years ago. Super again, and I'm not quite sure about those field days, but it's probably the same. In fact, as a matter of fact, our first president and other founders still feel collaborating with the president of Brussels at that time, who are 20 years later. I think they're quite impressive, and it shows how much this is helped us. Then to stop there. LBG Brussels has brought 3 LBGs to health, and they are the 6th, or they're ranked 6th on the list of LBGs that are closest to most down there. And I think that's pretty impressive. Especially in that LBGs that are excluded for time balance. We're getting a bit of time. I think there is a nicer way to thank them for their contribution to BEST, and therefore I would like to ask you to give a warm round of applause for LBG Brussels. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. How are you feeling? Would you like a wake-up game? I see you. Let's do a wake-up game. Do we have any suggestions? Anybody would like? Okay, there we go.
Hello again, it's the VP Social Event. That joke. Moving on. Who wants to dance the Macarena? Can I hear some excitement? Okay, people, then stand up and show us your moves.
We have no audio.
We can do it. Come on, try it again.
We can do it.
We can. Just plug it in. I'm just gonna.
Okay, go unplug it.
Sorry?
Okay, go unplug it.
What was the cable? Was this one, right?
First thing is the audio on Zoom is down.
Yes, sir. I can do this. I can do this online video. Can we, just try Macarena?
Change the screen. Change the screen.
of course, our partners. I would like to invite Vargas, Lindy, and Veronica to join us here in the mattress. And Sarah is around here. Thank you. Okay. So now I can start. So, let's talk about relations. First of all, in Best, we are a team, which means that this is our team. So we are two ambassadors that are responsible for these organizations, and we are coordinated by our dear President Adams. So, welcome. I am Pepper. Some of you have met me, some of you haven't. I'm a former student of Industrial Engineering Management and a future student of Data Science. Meanwhile, let's say I'm between states. I am from Ireland, from Portugal, and currently I am Best Ambassador and a junior doctoral student. But let's talk about external relations. So, you hear about this a lot, ambassador, external relations, but no one knows exactly what this is, and I'm here to explain to you. So, so this is salt. I am Pepper, I must have salt. So salt is my teddy bear. I hope you can see it. He's quite big, he's almost my size family. He's providing to one of my meetings because I couldn't have to pay. Now, external relations. So, in Best, we define external relations as all the activities that help us not only to maintain and to improve, but also to help us to maintain and to improve the relations that we have with our partners. Well, instead, CFS and IED are some of them, and of course, with all the knowledge that we gather, to provide us strategies in order to improve. And, the real question is, why external relations? Why do we spend so many resources in order to improve our external relations? And I have two questions for you. So, knowledge. Because by the contrast that we can understand with the organizations that surround us, we can understand how we are stationed. And of course, also by similarities, we can understand what is best we can also gain expertise. We are a lot of engineers from all kinds of STEM, and we don't have, for example, expertise in psychology. Well, organizations can help us gain expertise. And last but not least, and I'll say this with a very serious look on my face, wisdom. Well, what I mean with this is that organizations kind of move by patterns. In the end, things end up being very, very similar. And by understanding these patterns, we can understand how our organization is moving. We can have this sort of prediction. We can understand where we come from more than our history by comparing with other organizations, and understanding where we are going. This is why young. Next slide, please. Well, all in all, this is very beautiful, but what the steps are we are taking this year in order to improve and to maintain our relations. So, you can read in our presentation, we are contributing to the IAP of Best about gathering the data analysis knowledge that we do not have. We are helping integration of the code of conduct, and of course into everything related with services. Specifically, as we are a team, and we are two people that related for the team, we also created our own steps, our own vision for this year as ambassadors, which I will proceed to present. And, thank you. So, first of all, as I'm presenting to you, many of you may not know what is ER Invest. So, hey, I'm Pepper. I'm here talking to you, presenting what is ER Invest, what is our purpose, what we do, and that is one of our main purposes this year. Well, we're doing this according to what we can read. I will not read for you because reading presentations are really boring, and we can move on to the next topic. We are planning on creating a long-term vision for our cooperation with partners. What does it mean? That things can only evolve as well as we can envision them evolving. Planning for that. So, long-term vision with our partners. Thank you. We are planning on creating a more efficient distribution of knowledge. Well, if I'm traveling to other organizations and other events and I'm gathering a lot of knowledge, I can be like a library of organizational knowledge. Good for you, Pepper, but that's kind of useless if you don't know how to disseminate it. And that is one of our goals for this year. Next, please. And last but not least, we are striving for integrating our partner NGOs in our events and activities. Well, Jorgens, Veronica, CFS, do you feel integrated? We are doing a great job, guys. Yes, and these are our responsibilities because many of you have been asking, so exactly, what do you do? Well, you can read the PowerPoint. Again, I'm not going to read for you. We are all adults, reading abilities, and reading presentations are really, really good. So, I think that is it. You can keep up with us in these areas. If you haven't had the time to read everything, you really want to know the presentation is perfectly fine. You can ask me if I share at all. I'm a approachable person, I think. And that is it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Pepper. Are there any questions for Pepper? Or about external relations in general?
Someone going after the soon.
All right, I do not see any. Oh, there's a bullshit there?
Selma says hello.
Okay, Stefan?
Selma says hello.
I cannot understand.
Selma says hello.
Oh, hello, Selma. She's adorable. Okay. So, I can give the microphone back.
Yes, you can get the microphone back. I guess return to your place or stay because it's IJ, depending on what IJ wants. And then we welcome IJ to the middle.
Hello, everyone. Okay, this was luck. Anyway, first of all, thank you to your board and to Mariana for inviting us, or Pepper for inviting IJ. To introduce myself, my name is Veronica. I'm currently the Secretary General of IJ, so I will explain a bit later what that means. I've been in volunteering for about 8 years, and in parallel to IJ, I'm also board member of European Union International. Now, my favorite speech. What is IJ? Okay. So what does IJ stand for? It's a very nice long French abbreviation. It stands for Association Présentation Générale des étudiants Solidaires. In other words, European Students Forum. What makes us very special is that we are interdisciplinary, so we don't only have engineers, we also have lawyers, we have medicine students, we have psychology students, whatever you would like. We don't have a national level, so we only have local groups. We are political, but we are non-partisan. We do not align with any strict movement, yet we do have our basic principles that we adhere to. We have local branches, inside and outside of the EU, so currently we are represented in 37 countries. And now we can move on. Our identity is structured in 3 main parts. So we have the vision, which is what we want to achieve, the mission, why we want to achieve it, and means and how to want to achieve what we plan to do. For the vision, IJ strives for a democratic, diverse, and borderless Europe, which is socially, economically, and politically integrated. We value participation of young people in its construction and development. Very bad at something like that, I'm sorry. For the mission, IJ empowers students and young people in Europe to take an active role in society. We create a space for dialogue and learning opportunities, as well as act as a representative towards decision makers. Moreover, IJ strengthens mutual understanding and brings Europe closer to young people. We have 5 main needs, and these are mainly the things that we do in order to achieve the previous. So intercultural exchange, that is kind of the main base, personal development and non-formal education. As we will see later, we have our own pool of trainers and our own strategy for learning and training inside and outside of IJ. Thematic projects, I'll introduce you to a couple. That is a huge base of mainly our international part, but also our local groups are invited to write their own grants and do their own projects. Policy and advocacy. comes with being political. So IG has many various positions on many various topics, to be honest, because, well, being interdisciplinary and so diverse also means that our members do have a lot of opinions in all the fields. And for the fifth forum for discussion, we also have our own general assemblies, conferences, is anything where our members can come together and discuss not just our own policies, but also the situation outside of the ISO. I will go very shortly through the history because I have about 3 minutes. IG has been founded in 1985. Since then, we have been advocating for the Erasmus program, which was successful in 1987. We have created one of our biggest projects, the Summer University project, which is still running, so currently 34 years. And we have been one of the first to expand to the East as well in 1991, which is unnecessary here. Our academy was founded in 2001, which was one of the first school of trainers that is separate and is dedicated to one organization. I think one of our biggest projects that is relevant this year is Bible, created in 2008, which is dedicated to the campaign for the European Parliament elections, and to bringing young people to actually the boxes and make them vote. And in 2012, project that I will introduce later is Europe on Track, which is currently still running and is very interesting with very high impact. From this to choose, I will just go with the 2018, and it is the first statutory event in Caucasus region, which was our European planning meeting in Yerevan in 2018. So currently IG has 168 locals, which are kind of structured but no locals, so we also have 1,000 membership in 40 countries, and we have 13,000 individual members who are encompassed in these groups. Each 3 years we focus IG in 4 different topics, which are 4 focus areas. That means that we have a special focus on them, but it doesn't mean that these are the only topics we discuss. Every member is very free to bring up a new topic, but these are the 4. So we have the climate emergency, political activism, mental health, and social equity. That also means that until 2023, most of our projects are in these areas, even though they're very broad. And now the projects. So we currently have 16 internal and funded projects. I only picked 6 because I thought they were very interesting for you specifically. Europe on Track is a project where 6 young ambassadors, not only Asians, so if you would like to apply again, travel around Europe and spread information about a certain topic. This year it will be gender-based violence and gender equality and the Istanbul Convention. ECMA is European Changemakers Economy, also raising new generation of changemakers on local and regional level. Next chapter is on the Conference on the Future of Europe, so if anyone is interested. And Circular Economy, Sustainable Competences for Youth is, I think, very self-explanatory. We teach youth the skills they need to create their own circular economy businesses. And IGF is on sexual harassment and prevention of sexual harassment in youth organizations from a structural perspective. This is the board of directors, or the committee director, we call it the CD, but I see that you have a different meaning. We are the executives and the main decision-making organ beside the General Assembly. So we manage the project, we do the administration, we manage the employees, we do policy, externals, whatever you can think of, we do that full-time though, so it's our job. And our partners, very quickly. Main partner, of course, Erasmus+, because the grants that you saw before are mainly funded from the Erasmus, or the European Parliament, or the Council of Europe, so the European Youth Foundation. And then, of course, very special partner, BEST, since many years, and we are happy to have that, and very excited to see you also in person finally. We can go for this very quickly. One of the important partners, again, Euractiv is a political magazine and journalism organization. And IFEMSA, who you might know, the medical assistance organization, which has a similar relationship with us. We provide many discounts and tools to our members so that their membership actually is worth something. So I heard the discussion on membership fees, we also take them. But we do provide for it in different services and tools that our local groups or our members can use. And then out of time, can I have 30 more seconds? Thank you. So the impact, 82% of IGNs say because of IG they feel more confident working in the culture environment, and 100% of IGNs consider themselves as Europeans, 78% saying that IGN has substantially contributed. Average IGN, you can ask me later. And you can move to contact. If you have any questions, I will be here, of course, at your DA until the end. So feel free to just hit me up. I have my pen. It's not a tag, but it's pen. Or you can just text us on any social media or email. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Maybe you can stay in the middle for a little bit longer. All right, I do not see any questions. You can always reach out to her. I believe she's going to be at the rest of the event. Then we are moving on to the next partner, being ST, and it's going to happen online. Last I heard, we needed a microphone at the technology table over there, and let's hope that this works.
Bring down the sound. Yeah. No, bring it down, bring it down. Turn it off. Turn it off.
What?
Turn it off, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, online learning currently is I'm not sure how can we start.
Go. Yeah. Right. Ready? Come on. Just
for the sake of moving on to plenary, we are going to cut this session now. I'm very sorry to the delegate of the seat. And we are going to move on to impact as engineers and individuals, which is presented by Johannes and Antonis. So please come to the middle.
So, welcome to our presentation regarding the impact of as engineers and individuals, and we are, of course, a collection of young, aspiring engineers, hoping that our life will be better. We are active, we are being here to discuss within an organization that is trying to develop ourselves. And this is why we want to invite you today to look into maybe a couple of more things that we could improve and do that. And of course, the world around us is changing, and I believe you have to tell us how this is happening.
Well, of course, the world around us is changing in many ways nowadays. We highlighted a few examples in this presentation. Anti-robot. I don't need to get very political. I hope you've seen the guys in nationalist parties in many countries before. I'm not sure if you've heard of this disease-occurring virus. Of course, COVID-19 had a massive impact on the world. Positive impacts as well. Positive impacts as well, for example, digitalization.
But in many ways has accelerated in many ways. Maybe you've heard of this as well, climate change. Climate change, I'm absolutely convinced that climate change will be the challenge of the 21st century. That is, of course, something that's going to threaten everything that's happening in the global environmental organization. And maybe even bigger than that, the loss of biodiversity, the loss of nature is a massive problem. You know how much you know about the collapse of biodiversity actually leads to less resilient systems in the agricultural sector, leads to loss problems in terms of providing us as new also
Now, when Johannes is telling all the stuff that we last year, I was asking him, like, how can we reach the robot? And they told me.
He has small examples, interesting models, but I will still highlight them for you. I don't know if you actually know these days. I do go to this kind of class. There's a massive impact in simple things like adapting the climate. This is not only what climate change, but also for land conservation and many people. As you see there, we think to one people and then lots of patients and whatever people like to do. It's massive in terms of CO2 emissions, so lots of land and what this kind of highlights how much or the entire thing that in one small decision, like more than a years ago, can make. So if you make all of the small decisions again and again, every time you make very big impact, a small impact, all of the small impacts will eventually be necessary to run this problem. Another one. Transportation is a massive problem in our gas emissions. I'm sure a lot of you use that. Sometimes there's of course no option.
flight companies, for example, going from DC to fly cross is slightly impossible. But of course, even these small doses that we do on a daily basis, for example, the car, go to the bus, go to or flying to, for example, London instead of the train. All of these smaller decisions eventually, if they're operated and people have a massive impact on the world. And there's something that again can highlight pretty clearly. So these are all personal. First, you can make as a consumer, first, or changes you can make in your lifestyle. That's not everything. I'm going to take more about that.
So, other than the personal impact in what you're doing in your everyday life, what's the point of a lot of sustainable lifestyle? What's the point of eating vegetarian or vegan? What's the point of taking the train or taking the plane? If you're going to work for a company that's going to do stuff, you're not not sustainable, it's quite a problem. Eventually, people will look to become a solution for a career.
And yeah, I have bad news for you on my side. It's not looking very good. Climate change, I was speaking just before the outcome of the climate change conference in Glasgow. It is slightly less than what you would hope for. I'm quite disappointed. But there is also good news, and I'm willing to tell you about that.
By the good news, we continue getting to know how we are studying, we are passionate, we have energy to spend, and we can be the ones that move forward and that try to build a sustainable future for everyone, both individually and throughout our career.
So, with that message, we want to send you off. You have some time before you go to the international meeting in this consciousness to think about these things, to think about what the impact is that you can make on your lifestyle, but also about how all these problems that we are facing in the 21st century will impact or could impact what you decide to do, for example, after you're done with the sustainable and so on. So that's our message today. Something we do find important that we think about, especially when thinking about this. And then we thank you for your attention. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Or maybe people want to share something? Or if you want to share something? I think people are getting hungry. So with that, we wrap up the final session of this plenary. Before sending you off to dinner, we have some announcements and we have a closing of the day, for which I give the word to Bea.
Hello. Okay, so the last moment of today, I would like you to think about the day that has passed since you arrived in Belgium and the event started. And I would like you to think about what was the best moment of the event for you so far. You have a couple of minutes to think about it and write it down.
Okay, I hope you had enough time to write down your thoughts. Me and Jonathan, we really wanted to finish the first plenary day with a fluffy moment. So I would invite you to share with us what was the best moment so far. We will take a couple of fingers, so no pressure. And if anyone wants to share, just raise your LBG sign and raise a finger.
Okay, let's hear our favorite moments. We are starting with Belgrade.
Like every Balkan Mafia moment.
Then Aachen. And after that, we're getting Violin.
The most fun moment was undeniably the fun we had with bike carts during the coffee break. I'm sure some delegates will remember that moment fondly as well.
Thank you very much. Violin, followed by Erlangen.
Okay, mine was a moment composed of the many moments in which I've met the people I've been seeing across the screen for like a year and a half, and remember that like I'm not alone in it.
Erlangen and then Bratislava.
The moment was the dance for sure, the whole day probably, and then the discussion for the membership period was like amazing.
Going to Bratislava and then the plane.
I'm more than glad to meet those people with whom we started our best journey together 3 years ago, whom I also saw like from the beginning, and now I'm more than glad to see like guys whom I knew before. This is the first thing. Second thing is from the beginning you feel like that you are needed, that you are more than needed, not only in your LBG but also here. And this is like something that you can't explain, not because of the English, but because of this is something that you can feel. I don't know about that. And the third, I enjoyed the road. Yay! Oh. And the second time.
Then we're going to the plane, and after that, the deputy speaker.
My favorite moment of the day is seeing people getting used to snapping fingers. So yeah, woo!
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your favorite moment?
My favorite moment was today when we received the hammer, and I thought like, oh no, we actually have to do this. We cannot run away now.
Then, Alex?
So for me, my favorite moment was when I actually walked in here and it was full of people. Like I got such goosebumps because it's been 2 years we were in our houses, and being in a live event with so many people, it's like a dream. It's still very surreal and something I think that I will close my eyes and wake up in my laptop and I will be like, oh no. So yeah, that was my favorite moment. Bye.
all right. I guess I go as well. Favorite moment? Well, I definitely love my power naps. But moonwalking through the plenary is also pretty cool. So thank you for that. Antonis?
A bit awkward, but okay. Yeah, my favorite moment was a moment where I was sitting here during the breaks and I was looking at the screen. And I was actually seeing also the people that are from joining on live from home talking with each other and they were interacting. And I felt this was amazing because it must be very, very hard to be so far away and to not be there. So, yeah, I like to see them interact with us there as well. So, hold on,
And then to wrap up, let's go for a second.
Okay, among all the moments you spent with people, I would like to mention the special moment. I think it was for people from Zagreb when we encountered an alumni who started the hackathon 6 years ago. That we are right now developing. It was a really random meetup, but I think it filled our heart with pride. Yeah.
And then let's hear from our main organizer.
Okay, I'm not prepared, but my favorite moment was getting to meet you all, invite you to Belgium, welcome you here, and then especially yesterday after the PSD conference, when I laid in bed and I just knew everything was okay, everyone is sleeping in the home, the GA will be a success, or at least there won't be any big problems anymore. So yeah, thank you guys everybody.
We have one more speaker from dance department.
Should I stand up or? For me, the favorite moment of those days was when I started. Can you just do it now better? Better now? Ah, okay. So for me, the favorite moment was when I started having people to fill the FDA paper because this is something that I was dreaming for the 1.5 years that I'm sending online forms to people.
Thank you so much for sharing. Take the next days to create some more awesome memories that you can take with you back home. Okay, so announcements time. And the first announcement goes to our lovely main organizer.
Okay, so apart from the big things that have been going well, there are a few hiccups. So first of all, the gluten-free and vegan people, I'm really sorry. Our food responsible wasn't able to make it. So we were, kind of occupied with the conference yesterday. Today is Sunday, so we didn't get to go to the shops. But tomorrow, there will be a lot of options for you guys. And with that, I have to tell you that all vegan and gluten-free people should have breakfast in Building 5. We're going to put everything there. It's right here, so you can just go there before you come to the plenary, have breakfast there, and there will be a lot of options for you guys. Okay, that was my first point. Second point is if you have anything to cook for the international evening, you have to go to Building 4 to cook it there. Okay? Ideally after dinner and before the international evening. Then, unless communicated otherwise, you have to eat in the beginning of your block. So yesterday or this morning, I don't know, in any case, during the meals, there were some people who only came after an hour and we weren't sure if we had to keep extra food for extra people who had to come still. So we cannot guarantee if you don't come straight away that there will still be food for you, because obviously people come for seconds and you want to give them as much as they want. Then, for the International Evening itself, that will be in Building 50. It's a big building behind Building 47. Please follow the arrows and stay on the hard roads. I myself have already walked past this building today, and I'm the main organizer, so when you guys are drunk tonight, please remember to stay on the hard roads and follow the arrows, because otherwise you will sleep in the trees and we will not find you, and it's cold outside. Also, charge your phone before the party starts so that you have a flashlight and you're not in the dark, because then you will definitely get lost. Maybe you can also, if you can write something down if you're going to think you're going to forget this. So gluten-free in Building 5, cooking International Evening Building 4, eat in the beginning of your block, International Evening in Building 50, and charge your phones. Then for tonight, right after this, the dinner will be at 9, so in a little more than half an hour, in Building 47. So you have time to go back to your building and then meet us at Building 47 at 9. Also, please bring your deposits to that building. We will collect them during dinner. Okay, see you there.
Thank you. So, before following up next announcements, we have a message from Selma, the other ambassador, who is attending online as LBG Mostar delegate, and she asked us to tell you, I am Selma, another ambassador of BEST. Unfortunately, I was not able to come to GA, but I'm here as an online delegate from LBG Mostar. So in the end, I am somehow with all of you. Now I would like to say thanks to all NGO representatives, especially to Francisca. Then, dear LBG delegates, you have there with great external relations people, Antonis, Pepper, and Johannes, for some advices. Thanks from Ambassador Selma. Okay, so next announcement. Everyone who posts stories or posts or those kind of things on social media, please tag @best.org and preferably have your profile public so we can reshare, because social media is our main way to reach our students, and we want to share what we are doing here so that we can recruit more people to join us. Next one, we would kindly ask LBG NOC to be here in the plenary at 9:30. Since the dinner will be at 9, maybe 9:40 tops. LBG Las Palmas to be here at 10:15, and LBG Graus to be here at 11 p.m. This is for membership rehearsal, so please be on time so that everyone can follow to International Evening. And last announcement, roses are red, violets are blue. I'm ready for International Evening. What about you?
All right. If there are no more announcements, then LBG le vote.
So, yeah, I'm Jimmy from the I'm not going to hold you any longer here because I also really need to pee. But I wanted to ask you, the speakers and the board, if you would take my comments from this morning into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. With that, let's close the plenary. You can go for vote now. Half an hour. Jimmy, can you come to the board table?
So, I was making a bit of a list of things that I was doing today. How is there?
Why so much? I didn't ask him for it. Come on, give me the pass. If you need something.
That's what I'm saying. I want to do that plenary.
So go and get something.
I think I could. I really could stop.
Please. Yeah, no, what is that?
Like, right now, I just told the panel, like, hey, and you told you, I said that I am in that, and I still have it on the So, remember when you told me yesterday that you sometimes like to listen? I like to pride myself on listening a lot. I like to pride myself on listening a lot. So, maybe you don't want to talk about it, but if you find yourself like wanting to get it out of your system,